Hello. Let's get started. Let's go. Got to plot a new course here. I finished patrolling my assigned area. Desperately in need of torpedoes and fuel. I came all this way, expended these torpedoes, sank 10 ships. My last time out. And I haven't refit since. So we're going to go to the closest sub-base, which is Mioso-Wendy, and take care of that. It's 0500, so I got to sail in the daytime. Where do I want to go? What's the shortest route, do you suppose? Probably right through here. Get my keys centered. God, it's a long ways to go. In some ways. There we go. I gotta leave the South China Sea, through the Sulu Sea and the Moro Gulf, past the Celebes, and then to Mioso-Wendy. And we'll use time compression, starting now. Let me delete my doodle. Ship's underway, stream's underway. How are we doing with radar? Probably okay to leave it on, I would think. Let's get all these views set up for if something does happen. Alright, we're good. Back to time compression. What am I missing here? Yeah, Squirrel Turds and I are talking food. It's that time of night. I am fed. I am real fed. Aircraft inbound. Let's crash dive. Speaking of which, let me double check, make sure... Alright, we're not at general quarters. That's good. That's important. You don't want to tire your crew out. That tires them out. And there's no need for silent running. How much battery do we have? That's full, and it's pretty late in the afternoon. I'll just go to 1/3 speed.
At 1/3. Yes, sir.
I'll stay down for a couple hours here.
Yes, sir.
I'll surface a boat, go back to 2/3 speed. I'm going to go ahead standard. Actually, I'm going to go ahead full. This is a big fuel burn. I just want to get past these shallow waters. I'll stop time compression to come turn the radar back on. It shuts itself off when you dive away from the aircraft. You resurface and it's just not running at that point. I'll turn it off in the daytime so that the enemy aircraft can't use it as a homing beacon. This looks like I might hit land if I'm not careful, so let's modify that waypoint. About like that should be good. Then we can go back to 2/3 speed. The diesel's getting down to 25%, so It's a little on the low side, but that's not critical. Mioso Wendy's fairly close. In fact, it's very close in the grand scheme of things. Ship spotted. It's seeing ships. What do they got out there? 035, kind of in this direction. It's probably the little fishing boats. Let's go put the beat down on them fishing boats. Ship spotted, bearing 035. Let's turn the radar back on. Maybe that'll help me find them. And we'll turn to the right a little bit. Gotta tell you, my whole house smells incredible right now. Because of baking that bread. It's that yeast. It's got that... It smells like beer almost. It's got a real boozy smell to it. It's making you want to go up there and grab the loaf and just park it right in front of me. I made 2 loaves. Radar contact. You can ignore it. It's not going to be friendlies. Let me turn off the radar so it doesn't keep tripping me up trying to time compress in here.
Long range.
Refit. Refit complete. Oh, awesome. Alright, let's go to the torpedoes. And get these reloaded. And those are loading. And then you do another refit. Bam, it fills up all the reserves. So fully loaded with fuel and torpedoes. We can go ahead to standard speed. I'll maintain 32 time compression for the time being until I get zoomed out. Let me, what are my orders? I haven't been given new orders. I guess I'm done. I can go where I want to go and do what I want to do. It would be an interesting thing. What base? Oh, we've captured Saipan. I know a few streams ago I came up here to Saipan Harbor. It was raining, and I had to get point blank just to have visibility through the rain. It was very bad weather, and I did 100,000 tons of damage in here. It was insanely fun. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Let's go hang out. There was a lot of action up here near Manila, so let's go past the Celebes and head for Manila Bay. That's where I want to go hunting. The Japanese, by this stage of the war, are pushed pretty far back. This area is kind of tricky to get through. It's super shallow for one, so if I end up having to go through there in the daytime, that's kind of really bad news. And I'm going to go through the Sibuyan Sea. It's a smidge on the risky side, but I want to come in this way to Manila Bay. I had a really nice attack in this area a couple streams ago. Southwest of the, southwest of Miravel's. Okay, course is plotted. Let me do a save under patrol. And then go to time compression. It's good to save a checkpoint because you might end up plowing into an island or just getting sunk. What's up, Yopa J? How you been, man? Yopa J, what you been up to? I don't know that I've seen you streaming. If I get a notification when you do, and I don't recall seeing any lately, but I know you're kind of like me in this day and age. You just kind of don't want to stream every day. I actually want to stream every day. I like it, because I like playing video games. The problem is, number one, I've been busy. As much as I like this game, I've been kind of busy, so that's kind of messing with me a little bit. What do I got here? A sound contact merchant. Let's put radar on and go see what we got out there. Oh! That's a beauty.
Single contact. Bearing.
Are they damaged? This isn't a full... I think one of my friendlies got him. I'm going to predict they're heading this way.
Yes, sir.
Let's go hard to port. I'm already in a good attacking position, more or less. God, look at that. I just need to turn around and submerge, basically.
Yes, sir.
What's the sea state? Oh, it's beautiful out.
9. Long range.
Cute little sunset out there.
Single contact.
I need to go a little bit west of south.
3.
Yes, sir.
Maybe heading about like that.
2, 0,
Long range.
6.
Let's turn off the radar. Oh, they're all there. I just didn't have them on plot at first. I quite literally need to get to periscope depth and stop right away because this destroyer is going to zigzag down this line. This one's going to come straight into me, but I need to let that one that's zigzagging pass by first before I intercept this plot point. Then I need to move forward as soon as he gets safely by me to get out from in front of this destroyer, who's going to be on a track about like this. I'll even go ahead and plot that just to help me visualize what's going on out there. I'll use a little time compression here. I'd go to 1/3 speed and slow it down. Actually, I'll stop. I'm going to save a checkpoint called attack, overwrite it. And here they come. The only thing I don't know is how fast they're going, but we'll figure all that out. Let's look at that. Look at that. Nice calm seas. A deadly quiet submarine waiting in the murk. So sweet. Getting towards the end of the war here. August 9, 1944. So 1 year from now, we're going to be dropping the big one. I believe we dropped those on the 9th and the 12th. Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I'd have to go back and look at the wiki article or whatever. I can't quite remember, but anyway, I have an attack point saved. I'm going to use time compression to get him in closer. Oh, I got my ambush all set up. Watch where my sound operator has him on plot. Okay, they're starting to get close, so what I'm going to do... Well, I probably don't need to do that, do I? Well, I will secure, or actually I will go to silent running.
Rig for silent running.
I'll sound general quarters so all my crew are ready to work. And right now they've got a destroyer here, and a destroyer here, a destroyer here, a destroyer here, and a destroyer here, according to sound plot. So as soon as this destroyer gets by in front of me, I'm going to move closer to an area probably about like this. Move into this circle, and I'll be nice and close for a mid-pack attack, and I'll be far enough away from this line this destroyer's working to hopefully avoid getting pinged until after I get my attack all set up. Alright, let's take a look. See what we got out there. I'll start getting things ready for the forthcoming attack. There's that lead destroyer. There's a cargo ship. That's a big cargo ship. He's a good target. He's worth some torpedoes. There's another one. Those are both 7,000 tonners. That one right there is a 5,000 tonner. That's just a little guy out there. He's probably 4,000 or 5,000 tons, though, I think. And unfortunately, the ones that are nearest to me are just little Rudy Poot. You know, maybe 3,000 or 4,000 tonners. Those are not big ships. Those two that are on my side. So we'll do. So we'll go back to plot. I can see it put it on the map where they are now. I'm going to erase some of the more unneeded doodles. I'm going to go to 1/3 speed, because I don't think that that destroyer that's... Wait, right here now?
Yes, sir. Ahead 1/3.
So I'll go ahead 1/3. It's generally safe. You won't get picked up on the enemy hydrophones at that speed. I am silent running, so the crew won't do any maintenance work around the submarine and give us away with hammering and tinkering. I use a little bit of time compression. This destroyer kind of tracked out like this, and if he zags back in this direction, he might end up coming right over the top of me. I'll have to keep an eye on him. Okay, I'm going to stick the periscope up and take a look. We're at 1x time compression here. There's the bow of my boat. So that destroyer is closer, but he still hasn't made it quite in front of me, but he isn't facing me, so there's another destroyer out there. And then there's my target. I want to shoot at that ship if I can get close enough to it, and then that ship. So, where did he go? Right there. We'll lock him in. Get the periscope down as far as I can without the waves washing it. And this is an easy ship to find in the recognition manual because it's the only one with 5 masts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's super easy ship to identify. It's 7,000 tons. It's a good, beefy target. And the way I set up my attacks, coming in on a 90-degree angle, some of this math is pretty easy. I'm going to just to start with, I'm going to plug in 7 knot speed. Let me calculate his distance. I'm just going to rough it in. It thinks he's 3,665 knots, or yards away, but I think he's actually, well, it could be. He's a long way. I'm looking at him at about 40 degrees, so 90 minus 40 is 50, so I'm probably 50 degrees off his port bow. Meanwhile, I'll identify some of these other ships that I'm going to attack so that their names appear in the torpedo bearing transmitter. This is another one of those. And then that ship also has pretty unique masts. So he's easy to find in the recognition manual, too. Come on, where are you? I wish it just gave me a screen with, 20 at a time. This is kind of an iffy display. It's a little bit, I don't know, they kind of had to do it this way if you think about it. There he is, medium European composite freighter. He's a shallow draft ship. But these are very unique masts that he has, where it's like the front mast forms a little triangle with 2 heavy poles. And the cranes are way down low, so you don't even see them when you look at him. Alright, so let's hide the recognition manual. I've picked out my 3 targets. Let's look out ahead of me and make sure that the destroyer hasn't figured me out yet. I want to look to the right. God, I'm getting close to those ships. Where did this... There's a destroyer back here. I think I just saw him. Yeah, I did. He's off in La La Land. He's not even coming towards me anymore. I mean, I could absolutely slam the ships on this side, but they're not the heavies. I wanted to hit the heavier stuff. Alright, so we'll go back to the large, modern composite freighter here. Now, when I go to measure his distance here, I'm going to watch for this little white bow torpedo gyro angle to jump. That'll tell me if he's going faster or slower than the 7 knots. Because I have the position keeper turned on, this electromechanical computer that existed in World War II, I physically have seen one on the Silver Sides. It's It's utterly amazing. Let's check his range. 3,000. He's going faster than 7 knots because it jumped forward, but I did have the range right. So I'm going to up this speed. He moved quite a bit. I'm going to say 8.5 knots. And let's recalibrate it for 8.5 knots. 2967, back to 3,000. I don't know. Let me take this measurement again. You get the range wrong, it'll make you miss. I think I got it a little bit closer that time. Let's take a slow look around. These ships here will see your periscope eventually, because I've been, leaving it up for far too long. Man, I can't even see the destroyer that's supposed to be in that sector. But if those freighters spot your periscope or see the feather of this thing, because I'm moving right now, I'm proceeding at silent speed, but it's still 3 knots. And your periscope cutting through the water creates a little wave that the lookouts will sometimes spot. So I'll hide it for the time being. Let a little time pass. I'd like to be much closer than 2,500. I don't know if I speed up to standard speed, they'll probably hear my props. That worries me. I would really like to do that, by the way. I'd like to speed up and get nice and close, but it's just, you can't risk getting caught. That's bad for business. We'll go back up and we'll take a look, because right now my gyro angle is almost 0, which is really, really good, because the torpedo doesn't have to change course after coming out of the tube. It does a good job of being on target, even if it does, but I'd rather not have to go through all that with it. 2,400 becomes 2,700. The range is iffy, but I think I do have the speed down at 9. 8.5, it did jump forward a little. So I'll plug in 9 knots for the speed. So I have the speed calibrated. The other thing that you can do is if you've been, clocking, that's dead nuts on there. Oh, I don't have this angle right at all. That's going to be 70 degrees. 90 minus 20 is 70, so I'm 70 degrees off his port bow. Okay, we're good. I'm going to bring the periscope down for a minute while I get some torpedoes ready. Let's open tubes 1 through 4. I'm going to set tubes 1 and 2. It's a 28-foot keel on that thing, so I'm going to go 24 feet for tubes 1 and 2. And 3, I'm going to open tube 5 also. Tube 3 will also go 24 feet. Those 2 torpedoes will be for the second ship that's further back to the right. And then I'm going to use tube 5 for the 15-footer, and I'll set this for 11.5 feet running depth. So I have all my torpedoes ready to go. Let's go fire. I got the speed dead nuts. I want to just make sure nothing's about to spot me or run me over. There he is. He's going to be at about 80 degrees here. Let's take a calculation of the range. There's another ship getting in the damn way. These torpedoes should be deep enough to go under him. For the second shot, I'm going to cheat on the speed by a half a knot. Oh, am I firing? I hope I didn't lock the wrong guy. Let's fire on this guy real quick. It's 25 degrees. 90 minus 25 is 65. He's really, really in a good spot. Let's go 65 degrees here. No. Sorry, 75. Actually, I'm getting closer to 20. I'm going to go like that. Take another couple of measurements just to make sure. It's really hard to see in the dark, especially at this old resolution of this game. And then, where's the other one that I wanted to shoot at? Not him. He's about to get hit. My torpedo's probably getting close on him. Is he? Son of a gun. That's... Why is it not locking him? Oh, that's in there. Yeah. We're good. It's actually passed a little bit. So we'll go 100 degrees off the port bow. Take one more set of measurements on him. That's probably about right. Fire.
Torpedo in the water.
Okay, so I got 5 torpedoes on the way. First ship to catch hell should be... The destroyers are unalerted, that's good. I want to check real quick. I want to do a fast sweep here. I want to make sure nobody's close. That destroyer's hauling ass. He's rooster tailing, so he knows something's going on, or he's trying to get back into position. That's why he's doing that. That destroyer is sped up. Something's weird here. I think they're alert. Man, I should be seeing torpedo hits pretty quick here. That ship there should be the first to get hit. Meanwhile... Uh-oh. Let's go look. Yep. He's the first. He's caught hell here. He took a hit. I fired 2 torpedoes at him at... the next one is at a faster speed. It's probably going to miss off his bow. That first torpedo hit way forward. Look at the speed. He hasn't even slowed down. That sucks. That destroyer's alert. That ship is close. I'm surprised he's not shooting at my periscope. That ship there should start to take hits. That ship should take a hit. Which one did I just hit? Over here? Oh, he's destroyed. So the 2 torpedoes at that large composite freighter did the trick. He's toast. So 1 torpedo, in my mind, I'm sure is a miss. There's 1 last torpedo. There have been 3 hits, 1 miss, and then the 5th torpedo should be just about to hit. And it should hit that ship right there. At 330. I might have gone out in front of him. 8.5 knots is probably the better shot. That was the first torpedo. That 5th torpedo is probably also a miss. That sucks. This was a very, very, very well played attack, and it just didn't score very well. Oh boy. Well, we'll watch and see if that torpedo hits. They were long-range shots, too. That formation ended up being a lot farther off of my plot than I had originally anticipated. Let's erase some of these unneeded doodles. Alright, so now... Oh, there's 2 sunken ships here. I did get 2 of them. That first one that I hit sailed on a little bit, but he finally foundered. So that's 2 more ships destroyed. I'll add those in a minute to my score on my overlay for the stream. Okay.
Yes, sir. Down, 2, 4, 3.
I'll turn south, which isn't too big of a turn. I just want to be near these ships to foil the destroyers when they start moving in.
Torpedo miss, sir. Current depth 80.
Nighttime attack on a glassy sea. that worked out. Meanwhile, I'm under silent running, so they won't make noise loading these torpedoes just yet, but I will command them to once I come out. Okay, at this point, I'm going to turn straight south. We're diving to 250 feet, which is this gauge here you'll want to look at. This one will peg at 165, but we're going to go deep. We're going to get below the thermocline.
Yes, sir. Deploying decoys. Deploying decoys.
I'm going to throw out decoys here, though,
Current depth. 1.
to give the destroyer something to find. Perfect timing. Those ended up above the thermal layer, so they'll find it. And then hopefully waste the rest of the night depth charging it while I reposition for another attack. We're still diving, 180 feet. We need to go to 250 feet. Nice and deep, just to be safe. I'll go fast forward here. I'm watching the little blue spikes. Those are sound contacts with warships. If I go look up here, he doesn't know I'm here. I'm close to him, though. There's another one to my left that's real close. I'm surprised they didn't find the decoy and get all 5 destroyers over there. This is a very well-protected convoy. Oh, there's 2 other ships here. They're not a part of the convoy. That's just 2 random ships. Kind of working my way towards them. I'm really close to a destroyer here, though. Yeah, he's got a ping on me. Where is he? I know he's over here to the right, I thought. So they're over there. Look at all those destroyers. And I'm at 250 feet.
Yes, sir. New depth. 3, 9, 8.
We'll go deep, real deep. This might do it.
Yes, sir. New depth. 3, 5, 0.
I will take a look with my observation periscope. Because the observation periscope, unlike the attack periscope, I can traverse it pretty much straight up. And I can look for spotlights on the surface
280.
and know if they're onto me. There's a ship right there coming. And he's coming like crazy, too. 070, so he's kind of off to my right side. Did he drop depth charges? That's what I'm looking for now, is the little trash cans. I don't think he dropped. I sure hope he didn't, because, you know, if I see them drop, I can go full reverse so that they go out in front of me. From this depth, I have a lot of time before the depth charges reach me, and I can avoid being hit. All right, we'll use time compression for a minute. Maybe they were a part of it. Those 2 freighters, I thought were off here just going off into La La Land, but that's not the case. I'll come back up to periscope depth. And then they've slowed down because they're zigzagging. Let's get about 4 nautical miles off the line, and then I'll resurface, which I'm very close to here. I'll go up with the observation periscope for a minute, see if they're in sight. I don't think so, though. I think they're way out there. Is there a moon? Because the sea is bright at 260, but I don't see a moon. That's just a star on the horizon. I thought maybe searchlight. Alright, guys, stand at ease.
Relieve the war battle stations.
Yes, sir.
We'll secure from silent running. My crew will go to work reloading those torpedo tubes. According to my sound plot, my sonar operators got them on about a perfect plot line. At some point I think they're going to turn for there, but I don't know for sure. For the time being, I'm going to pursue them as if they're going to continue straight on this plot line.
Yes, sir. New course. 148. Yes, sir. Ahead full.
Which battery do I have? Full battery still. Using time compression. Gonna try to get around the outside of these guys. I'm watching this destroyer. He's on the right flank, and he might catch wind of me and suddenly come after me. And you want to be quick to turn off time compression if that happens. Oh, did this thing just crash? Why does it say batteries down to 25%? Did I forget to surface? I did.
Yes, sir. Surface the boat.
That was at full speed. There, this will charge up the battery. Let me turn on the radar. Let's see where the radar plot has them. Just zigzagging along this line still, it looks like. And all the destroyers they're tight now, so that's good. Turn off the radar so they don't figure out where I'm at, which they can do. I'll turn to the left a little bit. Right there, that's midnight.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. New course.
About the battery. God, I depleted the battery. See, the thing is, if you give it commands to do things like surface or change speed, if you're at 0 time compression, it won't process those orders. It's like you didn't press a key at all. So, I got stuck underwater and I ain't paying attention. The depth gauge is a little bit tricky to read. It's, you know, it's here. It's down here in this corner. By time compression, 19 knots. Rudder's 3 degrees to port for reasons. I'm 15 feet of depth. I'm on the surface, basically. Let's turn the radar on and see where they're at on plot. Oh, we lost them. I think they changed course. Which at this point... Oh, there they are, there they are. I picked them back up. Okay, let's turn left a little bit. They're kind of zigzagging. They're kind of back in formation, really. Let's move that, because I think that that's a better picture. Let's see what about 2 kilometers looks like. Or, not kilometers, but nautical miles. We're going to go to this spot here. Submerge, and do it all over again. Torpedoes are fully reloaded. Let me do a save game and overwrite attack, so that I have a checkpoint to go back to. I'll use time compression to get, you know, closer. Is my radar still on? Yes, it is. Let's turn that off. I wonder I have such a clear picture of where they're at. And I'm going to say 8 or 8.5 knots. They're not going that fast. A lot of my torpedoes that I fired at 8, you know, 8.5 and 9 knots hit too far forward, or they missed off the bow, so they'll only be going slower now. Because they're zigzagging. Good deal. Periscope depth. We'll use a little time compression to get in there. 1/3 speed.
Yes, sir.
I'll stop. I'm approximately 1 to 1.5 nautical miles off of their projected course. Their path should run right back in front of me. And while I'm thinking about it, let's go take credit for that. That was... Gotta type this information in. None of this is automatic, not with a game this old. 7189, and then 7,234 tons. So, in total for this war patrol so far, we're up to 58,135 tons. 12 ships destroyed. Keyboard out of the way. Get that out of the way. 0 knots, 60 feet of depth.
Yes, sir.
Rudder midships.
Yes, sir.
We use time compression and let them start to get close. Might be a little too far forward. They're going really slow. Okay, now,
Yes, sir.
silent running,
On and running.
general quarters. I'm going to back this up to 8 knots. I thought that's it. There's a ship there, probably at 280. That's the destroyer that's on the right side of this convoy. There's the destroyer that's in the lead. He's at 300 degrees, so he's 60 degrees off of my port bow. I'll wait till he gets by me before I start to go forward again. Alright, let's drop the periscopes, go back to time compression, let him get closer. Double check to make sure I'm silent running.
Yes, sir. Ahead 1/3.
We're going to go ahead, command ahead 1/3. Let's pop the scope up and see what's going on outside. The seas look like they're a little rougher than they were the first time I attacked. That destroyer's kind of on his right rudder. He's turning towards me. I don't want to deal with that. I think that ship I've already hit once. I'm not sure, though. Is that him? Yeah, probably. I'm going to start picking off the small fry, too, while I'm at it. But let's lock him. And identify him. Modern European composite freighter. 15 feet of depth. I'll fire tube 1 at him when the time comes. I'll have a 12-foot running depth on the torpedo. That should definitely hit, you know, below the keel depth. And there's a bunch of these ships in this formation. I mean, a ton of them. These ones can be trickier to identify because it's just such a generic layout for the ship to have the bridge, the funnel, and then, you know, 2 masts. And at this range, I can't tell where his cranes are at, so that gets tricky. But the one thing that is kind of unusual about it, and it's a medium modern split freighter. I'm almost positive of it. Because that's a thick, tall funnel, main funnel. So that's what that is. That ship is also one of those. 21.7 foot keel depth. That ship is I'm going to just clock all these ships. I might fire 1 torpedo at each. Medium old composite freighter. I'm almost positive that that's what that is. So we'll put that in for now. He's going to be very distant, so I probably won't shoot at him anyway. But if I've got a lot of good targets identified, they'll pop up here in the torpedo bearing transmitter. Oops. As I aim at these vessels. That's a destroyer. Oh, that's right. I already killed that medium modern composite freighter. Well, let's start taking readings. These are going to be tough because it's dark and he's way out there. 360 minus 310 is 50. 90 minus 50 is 40. We'll start tracking him. I've got him at about... I mean, he's at the extreme range of the torpedo at this point. He might even be going less than 8 knots, probably because he's zigzagging. He's who I don't want to be able to detect me. But he's a long ways away. There's... This one's closer, but he's past me at this point.
Yes, sir.
I'll move ahead at 2/3 speed now that he's passed. The more towards the rear you are, the less likely they are to hear you at progressively faster propeller speeds. And that's because they have to listen with their hydrophones. Uh-oh. He might have heard something. He's coming, he's sped up and he's on his right rudder. So what we'll do is we'll bring the periscope down.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 102.
I'll have the chief engineer bring me down to about 100 feet. Yeah, he heard me speed the engines up. Son of a gun. But he is coming all the way around, so he might not get his sonar on me.
Current depth 80.
I definitely made him suspicious. We use time compression for a second or two.
Current depth 100.
The ship to my left side has got me on sonar.
Yes, sir. New depth 253.
He'll be coming like crazy from the left. Yeah, he's got a spotlight. He knows there's a ship here. He's got me easily detected on sonar.
Current depth 120.
Keep my torpedo bearing transmitter going because this tells me roughly where the freighters are. Because I'm going to try to pop up once this guy gets done with his first depth charge attack.
Current depth
Passing thermal layer.
Current depth 180.
He's super close.
Current depth 200.
What is that? About 245? There's my stern for reference. Okay, yep, there's a searchlight. I'm watching for him to make a run over the top of me. There he is.
Current depth 220.
Stop diving. He's moving slow. Let's see if he does a depth charge attack. He knows he's basically over my stern. So if I see that he drops depth charges, I'll just spool up to flank speed and drive away from it. He's dropping depth charges back there. Let's look at plot. This is interesting because the torpedo bearing transmitter, the position keeper, thinks that they've passed me. So probably what they did is they started zigzagging. I'm going to turn this off. They're not in front of me yet. It's not over the top of me. I don't see them, and I don't hear them up there.
Yes, sir. Ahead full.
I'll go ahead full. To get nice and close here. Little time compression.
Yes, sir. Ahead 1/3.
Head 1/3. Let's come up to periscope depth. I use a little time compression. They know I'm here, but that's okay. I'm going to take some snapshots here. I'm at 98 feet. Gotta watch 270 to my left to make sure I don't surface on a freighter. Somebody's close. If you look on plot, they're just right here. Hey, here we go. Oh yeah, look at that. Who do I want to hit? So many juicy targets and I'm right on top of them. I want to hit that guy. When is he again, man? Gotta go back. This is the clumsy part here. They're gonna start shooting at my periscope in a minute. Probably about like that. It's probably now going 6 knots. I'll time it 5 knots. That torpedo tube, 12 feet. Open that torpedo tube. Let's get them both open. God, I gotta see this. Hurry up. Two twos underway. I'm going to fire the next one at a 6.5 knot speed. I'll unlock. I'll take a look at what's going on. There's a destroyer. Speed is... Oh, come on, you frickin' thing. Speed is 0. Open tube 6. He started moving. I was going to fire my homing torpedo at him.
Yes, sir. New depth 1.5. New depth 257. Hard to start. Yes, sir.
I'll stop.
Current depth 80. Current depth 100. Yes, sir. Head
There's one behind to my left.
140. Torpedo impact.
Got a torpedo impact out there. The other one should also hit. It was an easy shot.
Passing thermal layer.
Yes, sir. Hard to port. Yes, sir. Hard to port.
I saw a searchlight behind to my left. Let's see if he drops.
Current depth 180.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Ahead flank.
Go ahead flank. Launch a decoy.
Deploying decoys. Deploying decoys.
We missed astern.
Yes, sir.
Back to 1/3 speed. Midships.
Contact. Warship. Closing. Bearing 302. Medium range.
There's that destroyer. These two out here. Alright. There's my decoy.
Current depth 220. Contact. Urgent. Moving away. Bearing 354. Short range.
Enemy unit destroyed. Finally deep enough not to be pinged. They might take the bait. I hear explosions. I'm seeing searchlights. They are dropping a ton of depth charges. I'm glad I ain't there. Holy cow. That would be some kind of a mess. I'll tell you that right now.
Current depth 280. Current depth 300.
Alright. I have a destroyer ahead to my left. I'll do a little time compression. Okay, they're searching this area. I'm going to command it to go up to periscope depth. Actually, let's blow ballast. I want to surface much faster. Uh-oh. Now periscope depth. And keep the ballast blown, you're going to pop up like a cork. And if I do that right now in front of all those destroyers, it's game over. Let's watch behind me. I broached a little bit. I didn't catch that surface quite in time. I can see my depth is 54 feet. It's going back down though. I need to be at 60. So let's slow this down to 0. Which torpedo tube is that? Tube 10. Open tube 10. Fire it.
10. Torpedo in the water.
That's a homing torpedo. I'm just going to shoot it in the midst of those crisscrossing destroyers. They're over their depth charging where they think I am. And we'll see what happens with that. Meanwhile, there is a destroyer close. He's right there. Let's take a look at the plot and see how things look. It would have been nice to shoot at this guy, but he progressed. When I first listened to him on sound, he was straight behind me. I just couldn't get to periscope depth in time to take a snapshot at him. Some of these guys are kind of circling around a little bit, so I'll turn to the east.
No course. 9. 1. Yes, sir.
He's going away from me. Where's the destroyer? There he is. And that's going to be tube 6. He's on the move. I'm going to try to shoot a homing torpedo at him too, but only if he stops to listen or something. Right now they have no idea that I came, got out from over there, and that homing torpedo is just out there looking for propellers to lock onto. It'll be super cool if that kills one of those destroyers. That ship is actually coming back. That's not what that ship is, though. I've completely misidentified it. So I'll set up a torpedo for a nominal depth of 12 feet. I'm going to try to figure out what that is. I think it's that. It is a 24-footer, so we can go down, in depth rather. So if I set my running depth for 20 feet there, tube 3. Like that. He's coming towards me. I'm not exactly sure what angle. Probably 5 knots, maybe more. Tube 3 is open. Tube 6 is open. I have him all wrong. Looking at this plot. Wait, it takes a long time to get turned around at 3 knots. I see, I've got my orientation. I'm looking at him from about his 4 o'clock position, maybe 5. Somebody's out there shooting star shells. He's also going away. Man. So we'll close tube 3. This destroyer's doing a lot of going slow and listening type stuff.
Torpedo missed, sir.
So my homing torpedo ran how long it runs before it runs out of power. Oh boy, so that's a done deal. He's changing speeds, he's speeding up, he's slowing down.
Yes, sir. Weather. Yes, sir.
Tell you what, I'll go down to 100 feet.
New deck, yes, sir.
I take a heading of 030. I'm just gonna sneak out of this area here real quick. Reload. I'll re-engage them later. But in the meantime, I went back around and got a 5,000 tonner, so we'll add that. Oh, Fowler Racing, what's up, dude? You must be about ready for bed. I know you get up early and stream. At least it seems to me.
Current depth, 80.
Let's add 5,433 tons to my total for this war patrol, bringing me up to a new total of 63,568 tons. One more ship. I'm actually kind of excited because on Friday, X-Defiant is having kind of an open beta. They want a bunch of people to go play on the servers so that they can, test the server load. This number of players puts this much load on the servers. Server might crash. It might be a shit show. I'm looking forward to playing on Friday. I have work to do on Friday, and that kind of sucks. I'm trying to decide when I can stream, probably right when it releases. I might be able to play from maybe 1 to 3 o'clock, and then I got to take off. Not quite for the whole night, but for quite a while. I'll be back Friday night, and I might just go to bed because I got a busy day on Saturday. So I don't think I'm going to be able to stream Friday night. Damn, man. There's some bread dough caught in my hair on my pinky. I made bread today, and there's a piece of dried up dough there, and I can't pull it off because it's not brittle. It's, when dough dries, it's weird stuff. It's like glue, like wood glue. The seas are getting rough. Let's go back here and take a look. So all those destroyers are actually still here, chilling out. Looking for a submarine. That was their tactics. What they would do is they would initiate a depth charge attack, and then they would stay in the area to see if they've damaged you with the depth charge, you might be forced to surface. And of course, if you surface in the midst of 3 destroyers, driving around your area in a circle, they're just absolutely gonna just cream you. So I gotta get far enough away. I can take a right turn here. Just cruising around about 100 feet of depth, just trying to get where I can safely surface. Probably right about here.
2-1 ready, sir.
Can secure from general quarters.
Secure 4 battle stations.
Secure from silent running. Go to standard propulsion. I don't want to put it... I got enough battery. I want speed right now. Let's go full speed. Let's save and overwrite attack, because I'm still on the attack here. We'll go straight east. Let's see where they are. Let's pop the radar and take a look around. Man, they're just in a... Oh, they turned to the southwest. Ah, unlucky me. Let's head west. Let's turn off the radar. Daylight is coming. It's getting light out. It's kind of dawn. on this particular day, and that's unfortunate because the seas are rough, it's daylight. I got the torpedoes fully reloaded. I'm ready to initiate another attack, but rough seas are, well, they're rough seas. They're no longer on this plot, so I can erase the doodles.
Yes, sir.
I guess we'll continue into the Sulu Sea. I'm going to cut them loose and let them go. Put a battery charge on now. I'll slow it down a little bit to save fuel. Battery is fully charged. I need to adjust this waypoint to help me avoid that little island. It's getting close to nighttime, so we'll pop the radar on.
New message received.
A new message has been received. Fox traffic met radio traffic. The American Marines retake Guam. Patrol the South China Sea and engage enemy shipping again. South China Sea, it wants me to go back to it, so... And the South China Sea is, of course, more or less where I'm headed. Holy cow, it wants me to go all the way up near Formosa. Wow. That's Taiwan, by the way. That's what they called it back then. I'm going to continue on this track, though. I'm going to cut through the Sibuyan Sea, then I'll go back out here to the South China Sea, and then we'll follow the coastline of the Philippines to the north and patrol my assigned area. I'll end up going over to Saipan to refit, and we'll see where good or bad fortune takes us from there, so... Okay, time compression it is actually. Let's save game. Overwrite patrol, so I have a checkpoint. And resume. Back to time compression. Let's cover some ground fast. Now, I'm in an area that's usually... Oh, look, there's a task force. They were spotted at 10:40 hours, and it's 13:40 hours. Okay, let me put a mark down. Ooh, goody, goody, goody. I gotta make a note here. That's an eastbound task force. Getting ready to do my math. Oh man, I wonder if I'm going to get another carrier. Radar, let's turn you off. I don't want them to have any idea that I'm on my way here. That task force is very much coming to Manila. So let's put down a path about like that. And then I will plot a course to meet their projected path, and then I'm going to go down it in the reverse direction here until I find them. How much fuel do I have? Plenty. I should speed it up. Let's go to standard speed. Okay, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's 1500 hours. Let's look at the sea state. It's a little bit limited visibility, but the worst part about this is the sea is a smidge on the rough side. Nightfall. Okay, over here there's a convoy. And then the task force has been spotted there at 1550 hours. That was actually Mark 6. The first mark. Now I have to do some math, chat. I'm not that good at it. 5 hours and 10 minutes. That's 310 minutes total. What distance did they cover in that time? They covered about 60.2, 60.4 nautical miles. Uh-oh, what is this?
Single contact. Bearing 24. Long range.
My goodness. What's the sea state? Okay, good. I'm going to go to a website called calculatorsoup.com. And 310 minutes to cover 60 point, what did I come up with? 60.4 nautical miles. And I'll tell it that I want to compute the speed in knots. Calculate 11.6. I'm going to guess they're probably going 11 to 12. I mean, they're probably 11.5 is their speed. And if I'm going to have any chance of attacking that convoy, God, I should have went. I'm going to have to speed up to flank speed. Batteries charged, so I have full engine power available. The rough seas are slowing me down is the problem. Then I'm going to fix this plot, because they either changed course or I had my original plot wrong, which is probably what went on there. I'm going to erase some of my doodles. East, they were going east, now they're going east-northeast. So I think what happened here is... I don't need that plot point anymore. They just changed course, is really what this comes down to. And now they're looking to go in this direction to go into Manila Bay. And if they're doing 11.5 knots and I'm doing 19, I'm going to beat them to this point on the map. And I'm going to want to be, let's just say, 2.5 nautical miles. No, I'm going to do my traditional 2 nautical mile thing. And there's an aircraft coming. General quarters. Let's get crew out there.
Yes, sir. Firing at will.
He's coming straight at me. Is it because my radar's on? No. How is this aircraft knowing exactly where I'm at? And he's coming from ahead to my right a little bit. Still don't see him.
Yes, sir. Man the flak gun.
I'm going to order my crew to attack him. There he is, there he is. I see him low on the horizon here.
Yes, sir. Targeting at will.
No, left rudder. Let's get both guns on him.
Yes, sir.
Hard to port. Hard to port.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Hard to starboard.
Yes, sir.
Made a miss. Oh, I blew his ass up.
Yes, sir. Returning to course, sir. Yes, sir.
Going into the drink. Where did he go? There he is. kind of plane was that? An H-8K. So let me score myself a plane shot down. It says, man, I want to get to that task force, and if the planes keep making me dive and I have to go 3 knots underwater hiding from them, it's not going to work. Unfortunately, that gives away my position. That doesn't really bother me either. They can know I'm here. They're about to find that out anyway. I've got to get into firing position on this task force. There's always such good targets. And time compression. Sound contact, warship, medium speed closing. My god, am I going to get here in time? Maybe. I'm doing 19 knots. What's the sea state? Did it calm down? It's not terrible, but the sea state's kind of up there a little bit. Let me stand easy. In about an hour, hour and a half, I'm going to need rested crew.
Battle stations.
I got a full battery charge waiting. Compressed air is full. We're ready to do this. I don't want to turn the radar on because a task force of warships is definitely going to detect you. Escorts of a convoy, not always, but this group of ships, they're going to, be loaded for bear. They're going to have all the equipment that this stage of the war has to offer. I'm wondering, it says task force, but I'm picking up a lot of freighters, too.
Contact. Merchants closing. Bearing 301. Long range.
Am I going to be able to cheat and go look at them? Look at this beautiful graphics. Can you imagine if they just remade this for all the modern DirectXs and Windows and 3080 graphics cards and the whole 9 yards? They don't even really need to reinvent the game. They just kind of, need to redo the images so everything is sharp and pretty. I know there's some... Oh, that right there is a big ship. That's got troops on it. It's destroyers escorting 3 troop ships. Gonna be cool, you guys. What's going on here? I'm hearing chatter. Let me go look. I bet you I have a Twitch stream up. I see why. How you doing, Uncle? Yeah, there's danger out there, alright. I'm taking it head on. We got an ad that starts in 2 minutes 35 seconds. You know what? I'm going to preempt it. For those of you who have to see ads, I'm going to quickly run an ad now while I, set up to attack that formation. And that way, when things are really cool, the ad will be out of all of our hair. So stick around, enjoy the ad. And we'll be right about ready to get into the action when the ad finishes. I hate to do this to you, Skunkle, being a first-time chatter and all, but throw an ad at you. You just got to time these ads. It's telling me it's going to start in 2 minutes, and that'll be bad timing. It's better if I kick it off now, just to get that out of all of our hair. I'll be right back. I clicked run ad. It's doing the circle-y circle. Alright, ad break ends in 1 minute. That'll be cool. I'll wait and see what that does with ads. I just kind of want to... I want to start managing that a little better. When I play World of Warships, it's kind of easy because, the rounds are 15 to 20 minutes. I can get maybe 3 of them in an hour. And in between, while I'm opening loot crates, just doing really dumb stuff, picking a new ship or whatever, when there's no game going on, I usually just fire off the ad and let it go. So, anywho, let's look at the distance. They're within 3 miles. Ahead to my left. That's ahead. There's my bow. I actually see the ships. I actually see them. Let me go to periscope depth.
Periscope depth. Yes, sir.
I love watching the bow planes fold out. That's a cool little detail. It's interesting, yeah, it's quick. It's just one ad, but it holds off you know, the regular ads, at least now that there's going to be action, you'll be able to see it. I gotta learn how to time that better. A lot of times I just ignore it. But, no, anyway, I can barely see it. I know it's probably not, you probably can't see it on the stream, but I can see through the mist the warships. They're approaching, they're getting close. And once I get to periscope depth, I'm probably going to want to stop. And wait, I might even go reverse. In fact, I'll do that now. I'll go back 2/3 here.
Bearing 310, long range.
Just because I want to slow us down a little bit.
Yes, sir. Ahead 1/3.
Go ahead 1/3 for a minute there and just kind of maintain this speed. This blue marker here, that's a destroyer. And then this little cluster of 3 ships you see here is a destroyer plus 3 troop transports. And they're going to pass by in front of me at a range of about 1,500 to 1,800 yards. It's going to be a fairly easy torpedo shot, especially because I know their speed. I've got their speed computed already. I'll also recompute it just to make sure, but yeah, I'm going to have to switch headsets in a minute, too. Because I see my friend John is over here in my voice chat. I'll go join him after this attack. My god, it still hammered you with an ad? Freaking Twitch. Look, I like Twitch. You know, I'm also streaming on YouTube, but I don't watch the YouTube chat. I would if more people chatted on YouTube, but people who watch videos on YouTube, they're not there for live video, although they're watching me live right now, in all likelihood. At least right now they are, but this video will be also, like my old videos, you can go replay my gameplay from before, and then I'm not there to chat. But if the chat is there, then I don't know, it's confusing. I wish there was a way to chat on all 3. I've also got the kick stream going. What's really cool about the YouTube channel is I can give it a higher bit rate, so the video quality is a lot higher on YouTube than on Twitch. Hey man, thanks for the cheer, dude. You know what? I'm looking at the stream. I don't think that the cheer... Yeah, there's supposed to be an animation for the bits, but my bad. I have to fix that. Why not? Let me go look and see why that's missing. Stream Elements knows about it. That's what plays it. Oh, you know what? Do I not have a video source for... Stream Elements alerts are there. I have to test it and play with it and see why when people cheer. Raids sometimes work, sometimes not. And I think it's on mine. I think it's me, something I did to break it. But I appreciate the cheers, man. Are you a streamer? Do you stream? Because if you have the same issues, that means you're streaming and you're trying to get this stuff to work. Let me all stop.
All stop. Yes, sir.
That's cool. Let me give you a follow. See what it is that you stream. You got a cool background graphic. Uncle, you're just getting started. 317 followers. You'll grow fast, though. I do have some advice on that. The trick is to, Oh, you do some Helldivers? Good. Modern Warfare 3? Good. I've done a lot of DMZ. I haven't played any Modern Warfare 3 or whatnot, because Call of Duty's just out of control at this point. It's not Call of Duty, it's Activision. And then Forza. I do a lot of iRacing stuff. Well, some common interest there, that's for sure. Yeah, I sleep in the morning. If I can get to sleep, that is. Alright, so there is a destroyer there. One more is coming straight to my left. I'm going to go look at the recognition manual. I want to see what types of troop transports we're dealing with. There might be one of these. It's a 21.3 foot draft. That's just a freighter. I don't know. I don't think it was a freighter. I think these were all troop transports. This is an 8,000 tonner. 28-foot draft. I think there might be one of those in there. This one I definitely know there's one. Small passenger carrier. Oh god, 1,700 tonner. I'll sink it anyways. But this one, there might be a modern passenger liner. This would be cool. It's a 7,000 tonner. These are Big Daddy. That's a 9,000 tonner large old passenger carrier. I haven't seen many of those in the game. And then this huge European liner at 18,000 tons. I've nailed 2 or 3 of these in my career. It's freaking awesome. This game is one of my favorite games of all time, actually. As you can see from the graphic, from the overlay. This game, I've had this game... Well, this is what's weird about it. I bought this game on DVD, because back then you got a box with the manual and a little card with all the keyboard commands. I bought this game when it first came out. This was the sequel to this was the sequel to Silent Hunter 3. But you can't play it on a modern computer off of the DVD because it tries to do this weird thing where it rootkits Windows XP or whatever was out back then, and it does this DVD verification thing. It just doesn't work. So what you have to do is buy it on Steam, which I did. So I technically have bought this game twice in my life. And I don't regret it. The second time around it was $4 or something, you know, basically free, you know, in the grand scheme of things. When you look at games like Call of Duty that sell you bundles for $100, what's $4 for a game this good? It's a lot of fun. There's settings in there too. If you just bought the game and, you know, you don't have to compute your torpedo solutions. You just point your crosshair and shoot. It does all that for you. But me, I know the game well enough that I do manual control of the torpedoes. So, oh man, I miss the old days so much, man. You can see I'm not, you know, a young guy. And there they all are. Once this destroyer gets by, I'll be able to start picking these things off. Unless he detects me, which is entirely possible. No, that's why that's kind of what I figured. I've had a lot of luck meeting people of my generation that stream and they game, and I was an avid gamer back in the day. I mean, to this day, if I went into Battlefield 3 or Battlefield 4 right now, you'd be shocked at how good I am at a shooter. You can't get that good at Call of Duty, though, for 2 reasons. Number one, it's filled to the brim with cheaters. Call of Duty is just pure cheaters, simply put. But the second thing is, all modern games are rigged with algorithms that manipulate the outcomes of your games to prolong your participation. They're no longer organic. You can't just go in there and get good at a game and just dominate everybody. That's me. I'm not trying to blow my own horn. But in Modern Warfare, Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, and then in Modern Warfare 2 back in 2007 and 2009, same era as this game, I finished either in first place or second place on the server for every game that I played. And the lobby wouldn't disband afterwards. Those same group of people would go and I would dominate them again. I mean, I could play all day long, get locked in, and just utterly destroy these kids. And this was back in the time when, you know, I was kind of 30-ish, you know? I mean, I was still an older guy schooling these young kids. I mean, I'm a good gamer, but you can't be good anymore. You can't. It's rigged. All these games have taken the skill completely out of the calculus. It's no longer a factor. Skill, teamwork, all that stuff, knowing the maps, knowing the strategies, right out the window. The outcome is just plain old rigged. There are actually 2. I'm going to start looking at things. There's actually 2 escorting destroyers out in front of this. Let's see how close they are. That, I think, should be the second one. Yes, it is. Oh, look at these beauties. There's 3 of them. No, they're different. That is a different ship there. There are 2 stackers with cranes up in front, down and back. And then whatever that is. Okay, so I can't identify easily that middle ship. Let's try to find out what we got. That's what that are. Those 2 are large old passenger carriers at 28.0 feet. Those are 9,000 tonners, so you can bet I'm going to put at least 2 torpedoes into these. You know what's really weird is sometimes these heavy tonnage ships pop real easy, just 1 torpedo and they're gone. The squeakers. Well, you know, most kids that play games aren't squeakers anymore. They used to be, though. You used to have really, really super young kids playing these games, but the games have gotten so awful that parents in their right mind would never let their kids play. And rightly so. It's gotten so bad. The last update to Modern Warfare has been absolutely horrendous. I gotta look at something here. What was my note? 11.5 knots. Okay. Let's plug in 11.5 knots. Just preparatorily. There. Now my torpedo data computer is set up the way I want it. That's what it is. Modern passenger liner and 2 large old passenger carriers are what we're looking at. 28.2 foot draft, 28.0 foot draft. So I can set all my torpedoes to the same draft pretty much. About 25 feet. These are all such good targets. Let's open up these torpedo tubes. I got 5 torpedo tubes open. 6 is a homing torpedo. I don't want to waste it on that, although it's not really a waste, but I want to use that on destroyers mostly. And I decided to go to 24 feet of depth on all 5 torpedoes. But yeah, back in the day, a lot of the kids are squeakers. Nowadays, it's kind of older teens. But the last update to Modern Warfare 3, dude, it's all Cheech and Chong and more Snoop Dogg and more marijuana paint jobs for the guns. I mean, marijuana is not okay. It might be okay for adults, marginally, but it's not okay for kids. It's not okay to groom these children to be future drug users. Right? Now, yes, it might be true that societally alcohol does more damage to society than marijuana. And just normal human nature is worse than both. And the reason both are bad is because of human nature, okay? I get that, but you don't need to groom children playing their video games to be future marijuana users. That's just one man's opinion, as Michael Savage would say. Okay, let's go up and take another peek, see how they're progressing. They're coming fast enough that I don't think I need to use time compression necessarily. Tell you what, I don't have kids, but if I did, there's no way on God's green earth that I would permit my kids to play Call of Duty. End of story. Maybe at age, I'm going to say 14, I'd say. If I had a 14-year-old kid, they're starting to get older. I can explain things to them, they'd get it. But I'm not going to have these video game makers grooming my 10-year-olds, you know, to be a future drug abuser. It's just all there is to it. I know a lot of people think, oh, no, dude, marijuana's good. Marijuana ain't no problem. You know, blah, 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 blah. Completely untrue. Marijuana is dangerous stuff. I'd love to debate people on that issue. But you know what? It's kind of the lesser of 2 evils. I think a lot of the people... I'm just going to go ahead and start smacking. I'm going to hit this middle ship first. I know some people, in all fairness and honesty, they need it. And it's really, really helpful. Like I said, lesser of two evils, right? Um, 25 degrees. It's almost like kind of, you know, it's not apples to apples, right? But drug therapy can be super dangerous and make you very sick, like chemotherapy. It makes you sick as hell, but it'll save your life. Right? So it makes sense to take those dangerous drugs and do your chemo. Because if you don't, you're going to die. Well, there are other people that are so tormented in their minds, the stress kills them. Some people, it might be ADHD, something along those lines. They gotta have it, and then I don't disagree with it. Let's fire off those 2 torpedoes. This guy's going to be 20 degrees, so he's going to be 110 degrees here. Oh, I didn't lock the target. Hang on a minute. God, this stuff all takes so much time. I don't want to miss my opportunity on this ship. Get the range right. I'm gonna only launch 1 torpedo at him because he's kind of gotten away from me. And then this one right here is going to be a good target. And I know there's chat going on. I want to see what that chat is in a minute, so you'll have to bear with me because this is sort of an intense moment in the game. I don't have a lot of time to compute these shots. These ships are moving. They're cooking. They're really cruising along. And it's harder to hit fast-moving targets, especially in rough seas, and you just can't. It's rough seas. They're moving fast. My firing solutions look good, but yet all the other stuff I just shot at. There's a torpedo impact. Yes, yes, yes. We're getting there. 2 torpedo impacts. I'm going to let loose that torpedo. We're going to go like this. Speed is a little less than 11.5. I'm going to put on this torpedo and launch. Oh, he's going down by the stern. I do have a torpedo chasing that ship. Then I have 2 torpedoes going after that ship. He's going to founder. That ship's going in. Let's see if I can find my torpedoes. Did I just see them behind me? Let's start over. See, these torpedoes are electric, so they're wakeless. There they are. At least that's one of them. Where's the other one out in front of them? Right there. We'll watch these ones hit. Or miss. Could do either or. So he slowed down and got on his rudder. These will miss. Yeah, marijuana is fine for adults. I think especially older people that you know have medical problems in particular. It's way safer than most pharmaceuticals. And it does a better job. That's going to be a miss. Son of a gun. He's no smoke at all. This guy's stopping.
Yes, sir. Hard to starboard. Hard to starboard. Yes.
He's worth whipping around and using my stern tubes on, though. So I'm just going to go ahead flank. Still not being pinged. Thank goodness. Tube 7 and 8 and 9 will open all 3. I'll get 24 feet of depth dialed in on all of them. You know, I'm getting older, but I'm in good shape. I don't have any, you know, aches and pains. No psychological torments from having been to war, like some of the friends I have. Is he getting away from me? Yeah, he is. I'm close to... The other one's turning, too. If I get turned enough, I might be able to get them all. There's that one he's turning away, but this one over here took a hard right turn. Oh, that destroyer's coming. Hell's bells. You know what I'm gonna do? This takes so long to click through this BS. I'm just gonna say that that's a Shiratsuyu, but it's probably not. Well, I could probably figure out what it is. He's coming straight at me. As it turns out, I think it is Shiratsuyu. So let me open tube 10. I'll close 7, 8, 9. 10 is a homing torpedo. This guy's coming straight at me. He's on a zigzag, but that's okay. He'll be doing 18 knots or better. And I'm going to put 450 feet for the range. And I'm flank speed. Let's actually figure out what is his range right now. Okay, so he's about 1,000 out right now. Honestly, I think I'm going to be able to fire at him at about 600. I'm waiting for 180 degrees to come in. Shiratsuyu, running depth 9 feet, so it's okay. This thing defaults to 5 or 6 feet, right? Yeah, 5 feet. Okay, so that torpedo... Why? Oh, I forgot to click this button. That sucks. I just threw away a torpedo.
Yes, sir. Hard to port. Yes, sir. Hard to port. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Set for normal dive. No depth.
It's a homing torpedo, so it might turn towards that destroyer and go get him. I have my doubts, though. I have 2 torpedoes squaring me up, though. I knew this guy would be coming from the southwest and this one from the north.
Current depth 80. Yes, sir. Rudder. Yes, sir. Rudder. Current depth 100.
Look at those dive planes at the bottom of the periscope. They're just turned right down trying to push that bow down.
120. Current depth 140. Current depth 160. Current depth 180.
Passing thermal layer.
Yes, sir. New depth 351. Current depth 200. Yes, sir. Head 1/3. Hard to starboard.
Head 1/3, hard to starboard.
20. Current depth 240.
Start watching for him to make a run. I don't hear pinging, so that means they've lost me, as a rule.
Yes, sir. Rudder. Yes, sir.
I'll use time compression. I'm not going to be able to chase the remnants because this gets too shallow by the time I catch up to ships that are that fast. This place is going to be full of aircraft, too. Let's turn to the southeast and drive away from them. And I'm picking up this convoy's down here now, but I'm not going to attack. I'm not going to get to him in time.
Torpedo missed, sir.
Oh, let's start erasing doodles. Let's turn to the south. Just to show you what's going on up here, there's my submarine, and there's 3 destroyers. They're not sure where I'm at. You know, the Atlantic Ocean is different than the Pacific Ocean. There's no thermocline in the Atlantic, but there is one here. There's basically 2 oceans of 2 different water temperatures. And not far from the surface, typically 150-ish feet, is where the two layers meet. And that temperature barrier, it's acoustic. It's acoustically solid. I mean, so when they're trying to sonar you, they're trying to listen, the sound waves from underneath bounce off and go back to the deep. And when they ping you from above, it hits that thermal layer and bounces back up. So they never actually ping your submarine. They can't detect you. So that's just something that's unique to the Pacific Ocean that in most places that didn't exist in the Atlantic. So the Germans, for example, which were much, much deeper diving submarines than the Americans had, the German submarines couldn't dive and get below that thermal layer. The best that they could do is get down far enough and kind of compute where American British destroyers were making depth charge runs. And then, it takes a long time, even though this thing's just a heavy, solid bomb sinking through the water. It takes that a while to get to its assigned depth, where the fuse that they screw into those things set. They actually dial in the depth that they want those things to explode based on what the sonar operator reports as being the depth of the target. So German submarines used to just get super deep and wait for the drops to happen, and then they would steer off that course so that, the depth charge attack would miss. Of course, that wasn't an exact science, and there's plenty of times... Well, we sunk 3/4 of the German submarine force. A 75% attrition rate is probably the worst attrition rate of any kind of combat unit in the history of man. That is decimation, 75%. I'm glad I had a bottle of water handy. Well, let's try to sneak out of here. I'll use time compression. Let's go southwest. They completely think I'm still in this area. You can just see these sound contacts. Now let's turn to the right and go... I'm going to go northwest. Alright, my crew can chill out. I'll secure from silent running. Super creaky down here. I am deep.
Yes, sir.
Let's blow the ballast. Use time compression. That's a long ways up. Here we go. Alright, let's proceed at 1/3 speed. Man, there's another convoy here. This place is loaded with Japanese. I'm out of torpedoes again. Well, it'd be close. Work our way through the Celebes and go back to Miosowendi. Or should I go over to Saipan? This is definitely closer. If you were to use the compass to circumscribe how far we have to go, Miosowendi is way, way closer. Way, way closer. So let me plot a course. There we go. And now, I do have to be careful, because right here to my southwest, which is the direction I'll be headed, is a convoy that'll be kind of coming up behind, and I don't have a lot of torpedoes left. I do in my stern tubes. I think the next time I encounter the enemy, I gotta position myself to make use of those stern tubes. I'll just maintain 1/3 speed. The less power I use for propulsion, the more that's available to recharge these depleted batteries. They're not too badly depleted, and it's just now nighttime. Okay, cruising along, nice and easy, 8 knots, tugboat speed. I gotta log that kill. That was a good kill. That was a really good kill. I would have liked to have gotten more than one of those ships, though, but I just didn't do a very good job calculating the torpedo solutions, unfortunately. So let's go ahead and add 6,872 tons. They're doing pretty good. For this war patrol, I'm now up to 70,440 tons. It's getting to the point where I could go back to my main base, start a new war patrol. All right. That's my fuel situation. Basically a full tank of gas, man. You always just run out of torpedoes. I've got a lot left, though, technically. I wonder if I should go back to my patrol area and at least get that done. Gosh. I need a closer base to reload and refuel. Saipan. Let's see how that works out. Mioswendi is still closer. Let's do a save game. Patrol. I want this as a checkpoint. That is a slow convoy. Here's another convoy. That's my original task force, the one that I just attacked, I think. I could be wrong. Ah, aircraft. Not what I needed. Is my radar on? How do they know I'm here? Let's crash dive. It's 08:15 hours, so I need to be down for a while. We'll just take it slow. 2 knots, submerged at 130 feet. There's something going on up here. Let's go up to periscope depth.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything around me? I'll do this kind of the realistic way. I'll go do the observation periscope instead. Is that when I can search in the skies? The attack periscope stays pretty close to the surface of the water, but the observation periscope, you can look and see if there's planes out there. There's something nearby, and I know it's there because the game is stuttering. The game has kind of like lag.
Yes, sir.
Let's surface the boat. We'll go ahead standard speed. I'll turn the radar on for a few minutes. That's why. There's a medium speed convoy down here. Oh, and it's got a weird formation. What is that? Full speed.
Yes, sir.
Wow, let's save game as attack. That's worth looking at.
A handful.
This is a weird formation of ships. How far away am I from them? 13 nautical miles, that's good. Let's compute their speed. Put a mark in their midst. This mark was made at 14:01 hours. I gotta make a note of that, because otherwise I'll forget, because I'm dumb. Meanwhile, let me do something here a minute. I'm going to switch headsets. This headset listens to the game directly, but I can use this other headset on my streaming computer. It's a little delayed, but I can still hear the sound. I hear the same sound you do, because I'm monitoring that with this headset, but I want to go to my voice chat a minute. Are you taking off? Yeah, I know, 10:30 is kind of your time. That's why I thought, I knew you were there a little bit ago, but I'm streaming tonight, so it took me a minute to, get over here. Anything new? Right, ain't good. Which one did you end up getting? Good choice. I'm glad you did it, dude, because, that old thing that you had, you need to get rid of that bus. That's almost as old as my old spare iPhone. The one I just use it as a touchscreen using Touch Portal, which lets me control my stream, like switch scenes, mute things. Yeah, and so I can program all the buttons on it, make them any size and color, and it's really, really a cool app. And why not make use of that? Old iPhone, why throw it away? It's still, in fact, I replaced the battery in it, and it still does everything Apple stuff does. I still use it for things like FaceTime. I talked to my mom on it like a phone today, right? Because she's got an iPhone, and I just, yeah, because it doesn't have service. My new one has service, but not that old bus. So let's do this, chat. This is a projected course. Oh, no way. So, 9.5 nautical miles as of 15:01 hours. That's only one extra day. And also, Friday's the day you actually leave the house, so it only makes sense. So that's simple math. I don't need calculator soup for this. They're going 9.5 knots. Exactly. So I might as well go plug that in now before I forget. So this is going to help me calculate my torpedo shots on this target. Oh, I only have two. Well, I have 3 torps in the back. I could load a 4th, but I kind of don't want to. Alrighty. Let's go commence this attack. If I turn in now while I get there in time, I think I want to intercept about this point. So let's drag my autopilot there. What's my phone trying, my watch trying to tell me to do here? Alright, I'm going to use time compression to zoom right along here. Yep, I'm out ahead of them. Let's turn off the radar, in case they're detecting it, which sometimes they do. This is a very strange formation for a convoy. I've never seen one like that. They're usually maybe, say, 4x4 ships in line of stern formation, 2 rows of them. Or there's 2 columns of 8 ships, 4x4 in line abreast formation. But this is weird, circular, almost like how warships travel together. But these are definitely merchants. In fact, let's go listen. I can't really hear him that well. You get to a point where you can tell what the ships are by the sound, because they do have unique sound signatures. And in the real war, in fact, in modern times even, good sonar operators can hear a sound. And they're to the point where they can tell what ship they're tracking based on the fact that it's going 9.5 knots with, 75 RPMs on the screws, or, whatever speed the propellers are going. They know, okay, that's going to be such and such a ship. That's how much of a science it is in modern times. And back then, a good sonar operator could do pretty much the same thing. So let's go here. Now I want to take a right turn and head a little bit, probably about here, 250-ish, I'm going to say.
2-5.
That's a little too much. Let's go to 230.
3-9.
I'll stop.
All stop.
I'll let this thing glide down to periscope depth. Using time compression. There's periscope depth. They're still working their way towards me. I ended up watching Sink the Bismarck last night. In an old 1960 film, black and white, and it's surprisingly good effects, man. The way that they show the Bismarck, disappearing into the mist in the distance. Can you imagine in 1960 the special effects? I mean, they did such a good job with it. I was shocked. Usually it's super fake looking, those old black and white movies.
Contact. Warship.
All right, we're gonna go to silent running to help the crew keep a little extra quiet.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not going to use what I call the drone view. It's kind of cheating. I want to do something exciting here. You know what? I had all the time in the world to get past them, meaning I could have used my stern tubes, but yeah, there they are. That's a big guy there. That's a big guy. And that's also a pretty big guy. Where's the destroyer? Anyway. Let's keep going with the time compression. Let them get closer. Oops, careful with that. You spam it. Alright. According to sound, there's a destroyer right out here, probably about 25, I'm going to guess. That warship has got the screws going. He's spooked. This warship's just chugging along. Oh, 1/3 speed. I want to start to get closer.
Yes, sir.
So he doubled back. Let's go see if I can figure out how spooked he is. I'm still at 3 knots. I really don't like to put the periscope up when I'm moving. It makes it a little more visible. Oh yeah, there's some big heavy ships to be taken on here. That's a big one back there. Okay, we'll bring the periscope down. Gosh, what a weird formation, man. I've never seen that before. Alright, it's time to attack. They're literally right there. There's the destroyer. How have you been doing tonight anyways? How many X's, or, how ahead are you on stars? You were in silver last night, though, too, right? Okay. Let's go look at the merchants. That's a 7,000 tonner. The 5 master, he's easy to identify, easy to shoot. There he be. 24.6 foot. He's going to be my target. Let's open tubes 1 and 2. Do you really think he's that many degrees off the port bow there? Maybe. How fast is this thing? This thing thinks they're going 7 knots. I think they're going faster than that, but I'll dial it in. It is going 7 knots. That's a good estimate. I'll reclock it. Now it says 11, but I think 7 was more accurate. We'll leave it there. He's faster than 8 knots. What else can you do with it? I'm going to put 8... I'm going to put 9 knots. That's a more common speed. It thinks 10. 10's probably right. Yeah, nothing ventured, nothing gained. 10 might be a little on the fast side, which I like, normally. So let's go set these for 20 feet. Yeah, having the button is much better than the face thing, dude. Oops, I missed an opportunity there. Oh, man. Terrible. I'm gonna go 10 and fire. That can't even be right. Yeah, actually it can. That's probably right. Let's try one more solution. Less than 10. That's what I thought. I'm going to compute this for 9 knots. Maybe even slightly less. And fire. I'm going to go hard to port. Look how close that destroyer is. Oh my goodness. Until I get turned around facing more east, I'm going to hide the periscope. Not completely. I'll have it pretty ready to pop back up. Let's go see if I can find my torps. There's the ship I'm trying to hit with them. Man, everybody's maneuvering. Oh, God. I should almost bring my steam torpedoes next time. You know? Just so that I can go follow my torpedoes on target, but I think these are all misses. Those shots, I didn't feel good about them. It just didn't. I mean, I was manually aiming these things perfectly fine. I know I'm doing it right, but it just the torpedo solution I was seeing just didn't feel right. And they're maneuvering like crazy. They might even collide. Are they gonna hit? No, he's going straight. The other one's turning. Christ.
Torpedo impact.
Oh, I'm getting an impact. I hit him. There were 2 drops. Where's the other one? I know I fired another torpedo at him. That one hit pretty far forward.
Barry, 3, 4, 2, 1 range.
Wonder if he's gonna founder. He took damage in front, so he's down by the bow. Alrighty. Let's pop up, take a look around. Let's turn that off. He's speeding up fast. For a minute there he was slowing down. I was going to take a torpedo shot on him. Straight to my right is that little guy. He's turning away from me. I could get this thing to turn, it's so slow. Oh, cow, is it slow. I'm actually coming around to where I'm facing this guy. That's this torpedo tube. What do we have here? Let's go find out. I think that's what it is. Mutsuki. Enemy unit is destroyed. So this is a homing torpedo, so I don't have to be too exact about the shot. Go ahead and kick that torpedo off just to see if I get him. Meanwhile, let's go look behind me. That's 180. There's just nothing coming into range. Is he coming to or going away? That guy's going away. I'm not going to be able to shoot at any of that. Did he take a hit? Or is it just... He just looks low by the stern, don't he? I think it's... He's almost decks awash. Watching to see if that shot I took at this destroyer is going to score or not. I'd like to get him. this periscope nice and low. In fact, I think I'll just retract it. Alrighty. I guess I could go log that in, right? That was a good kill. It's worth 7,185 tons. Gives me a new total of 77,625. Okay, have a good night. See you later, John. Here, refresh there. There, a done deal. So, I can switch back to this headset. Sounds a little louder over here. Let's head north.
Yes, sir. No course. 0. Yes, sir.
I'll race some doodles. There's some good targets there, though. I might come back around, try to get a stern shot on them guys. Let's extend the plot line. Just gonna arbitrarily put it there. Then I'm gonna update my course like this. I gotta figure out where I'll probably likely be able to re-attack them. My plot is off. Let me fix it. That's probably more like it. Now I want to get probably about 8 nautical miles away from their track. 6 might be enough. 8's a little safer, but it's... The weird thing about that formation, not only is the order and the arrangement of the ships unusual, but they're closer together and they were kind of maneuvering to avoid hitting each other. And it was just a weird formation for them. Try to escape like that. Let's go to time compression. Oh, torpedo impact! What did I get? Hey, check it out, you guys. I hit this, this destroyer. He's foundering. Mutsuki's gonna go under. There it goes. That homing torpedo went and got this ship. That's sweet. So much for Mutsuki. Into the murk. It's one less escort. It's really nice to get warships, man. They're hard, because, you know, they're really fast, and they're almost always on the move. So, let's go score that. It makes me happy as a clam. 1,772 tons. Tonnage-wise, it's not too impressive. I just love getting the destroyers, though. 16 total ships are up to now 79,397 tons. Totally cool. I hear breaking up sounds. You know, with these two ships out here, it's one thing I haven't done in a long time. I used to kill the escorts and then just go to town on the freighters after getting rid of their escorts. But, you know, they're still doing their little zoom around thing. At this point, I can secure from silent running. There's just one homing torpedo to load in front. Let me surface the boat.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to full speed ahead. Let's take a look here. Battery is full, plenty of fuel. I can even go to flank speed, normal propulsion. Sea state is smooth. I'm going to be able to make 20, if not 21 knots on a glassy sea like this. So I'm happy about that. Let's save game. I'm going to overwrite attack. I'll go to patrol. It doesn't really matter. It's arbitrary. Let's zoom on by. There's a one lone little freighter here going the opposite direction of that convoy. How dark is it yet? Still a little on the light side. It might be tricky to try to, get in close to their track now. But not really. I'm going to turn to the right.
Yes, sir.
My plot is off by a little bit. Probably that's okay.
Contact. Warship. Closing. Bearing. 8.
Yes, sir.
Long range.
I'm going to start to get ready to attack them.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to set up within about, I don't know, half a nautical mile, I'm going to say.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I'm maneuvering in such a way that once they finally get to me, let's save some time and turn towards them.
Yes, sir.
Because they are real slow. Warship spotted. Dive to periscope depth. Wow. I got close to him.
Yes, sir. Rudder. Rudder. Yes, sir.
Take a look out there. Which way are they kind of heading here? Alright, I see where that warship is. Let me put the plot on him. Gosh dang it, come on, damn game. Right about there. Let's move this to my location.
Yes, sir.
Let's turn to the right.
Current depth.
Go to 1/3 speed. Midships. Silent running.
Rig for silent running. Yes, sir.
I'll stop. Let's go take a look. I'm getting set up. I gotta look to my left. That to be maybe, I don't know, 230, 240. Oh, look at this thing is still running. Let me just plug some stuff in there to get that reset. My torpedo bearing transmitter. What's that? Yeah, that's... Let's see what this looks like on plot. So there's that destroyer. I'll creep ahead at 1/3 speed. I'm going to try to kill him. It'll be a stern tube shot. Ooh, I don't have my homing torpedoes in back right now. And I only have 3 of these. If I had a homing torpedo, I would definitely launch it. I'd love to have these guys undefended. I think there's only 2 destroyers left escorting. But I could be wrong. In any case, I'll keep sneaking along here at 1/3 speed because he's zigzagging and I'm kind of close enough to get detected. I don't like that.
Yes, sir.
So we'll go midships. I'll maintain slow speed at silent running. I'll stop here. I'm under time compression, so he's moving back. Uh-oh.
Yes, sir. Ahead, flank.
Does he see me?
Port to port.
He's running me over. Why did it show him way out there? Yeah, let's reload. Game's glitchy. It showed him way the hell out there. Suddenly he's on top of me dropping depth chart. Is like, no, we're going to reload. I'm not putting up with that bullshit. But it is like that. It's just an old glitchy game. It's supposed to jump you out of time compression when you detect something new or something detects you. You detect something on radar or hydrophones, any of that. But there are certain circumstances when it kind of jumps over the detection point for it because it's just, going too fast. I sit and spam the time compression. Time compression is always buggy, but it's essential. You have to have it. Whoops, hang on a minute. Blank speed, let's start over. I'm watching him on radar. Look what they did. They went after these ships. That was weird. They like swarmed it. That's... I'm sure I'm seeing him on radar. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You're just all discombobulated.
Yes, sir.
I'll drop to periscope depth here. I'll go 1/3 speed. I don't like to face shallow water, but that's okay.
Current depth.
Merchant 4, bearing 7, 4, long range.
And now we'll save game, attack. This is kind of a frustrating battle because of how slow the ships are going and how just weird they're driving around.
Yes, sir. New course. 2, 3. Yes, sir. All stop.
And time compression. Doody-doody-doo. What time is it, by the way? Oh, it's after 11. It's a good deal. Should start to be coming into view. God, I wish I could put that in the rear tube. I'm starting to get tired, man. One of these days, and I got about, I don't know, 6 weeks of a lot of busy weekends ahead of me. But after that, I'm one of these, I'm just going to drink coffee at night and go back to the nighttime stream thing. I love to game at night. But I have to strike a balance, I still have to work during the day, but... Time compression. How far away the destroyer is out there.
Bearing 9, 2, long
And just look at them. They're not going any particular direction. And look at that glitch. They're white until you start to get close, and then it colors them in. And this guy here, I'm telling you, I noticed this earlier. Maybe I hit him with a torpedo. Let's look and see if he's damaged. See, his engines are stopped. That's the other thing that's being really tricky about this formation to attack is these ships. He's undamaged. Why is he riding so low? They're changing speed. I've never seen anything quite like it. Anyway. Let's see what they're doing out there. Okay, they're starting to get close. They're behind to my right. Let's see what juicy targets we have. About 135. Oh, that's a beauty of a target right there. 7,000 tonner. Right there. 24-foot draft. We'll give him 2 torpedoes. We'll open tubes 8 and 7. 24.6. We can go to about, I don't know, 21-foot running depth, especially in calm seas. I have no idea how fast he's going. This is going to be such a weird shot. Keep the head of the periscope nice and close to the waves. It's going slightly faster than 5 knots. And 5 knots was a guess. What does that say? 12? Nah, I don't think so. We'll go 6.5 knots. See how that computes. Potentially faster than that 7 knots. Still not doing no 13. I'm going to say 8 knots. Different ships are going different speeds in that formation. Some of them have got their screws turned off at all, but that's just because they're stumbling all over each other. I'm going to go 7 knots again. What I'm watching for each time I recompute my solution is I look at this white arrow, the torpedo gyro angle, and I look to see if it jumps. If it jumps one way, that tells me I've overestimated the speed. If it jumps the other, I've underestimated the speed. I'll give you an example here. Whoops. Let's line this line up with the water level. Then you go measure the highest point of the ship with the statometer. See, it jumped back, which means 7 knots is probably an underestimate of the speed. He probably has slowed down. I'll plug in 6 knots, and I want to take 2 more measurements at this speed to see where the jump is. He's so close, it's still jumped back, so 6 is probably too fast. That's probably too fast. He's probably actually only doing 5 knots, and he probably has changed speed. My guess is he changed speed on me. Now this red, if you look at the stopwatch, the red hand tells you this is when the torpedo should hit. And the blue hand tells you where the timer is now. So 30 seconds from now, this torpedo's going to hit if I'm on target. I'm going to hold back on tube 7 till this first hit. I will keep computing the solution though. So I'm showing less than 5 knots. About 4 seconds, it should pop. Got him. Should I take another poke at him? No, he'll die. He's on fire. Once they get burning, they'll usually end up sinking. Let's fire at that guy. I don't know, maybe this guy needs a second torpedo. I think I'm going to fire another torpedo at him. Let's do some calculating. Yeah, he's still making 5 knots. I'll slow it down a little bit for this torpedo, so I hit it more towards the stern. Then I'll attack that guy. I think that's a medium. That guy right there. That's what I'm looking at. That's him. 21-foot draft. Enemy units destroyed. I'm going to go 17 feet for the running depth, and let's start calculating. It's kind of coming towards me. He's got some speed. I'm going to say 5. I'm going to go with 6 knots. Six knots is perfect. I'll be darned if I'm not out of torps. Till these get reloaded. I'm not even silent running, because there's one destroyer on hydrophones, and he's way out here to the northwest. He's 10 miles away. So I'm going to go flank speed. What do I have? I really can't attack them. If I surface, freighters still have guns, and they'll do a number on a submarine. I'll watch and see if I hit this guy. I think that's who I shot at. No. Impact. Yep. Oh, I split him in half. I just one-shotted him. I saw that big crack open up in the middle of that ship, and I knew that he was gone. So let's go down to 150 feet. You don't need to go real deep. Oh, I did kill 2 more ships here. It's a good run. I'll just go ahead slow. That destroyer's coming back, so let's go to silent running. Let's sneak away from him. Did he drop torps on me? Yeah, I better go deep. 1,300 feet under keel, no problem. I go down to 300 of that 1,300 without incident. Let's turn to the right to go east. To kind of fool that destroyer. See, it fooled him. Well, what did I do, man? Some more damage. Let's go log that damage. We have to add a 7,230 tonner and a 3,270 tonner. That brings my patrol total up to 89,897 tons. 18 ships destroyed. Alright. Now let's try to sneak away from that destroyer. Still kind of looking in the area. I mean, it's crazy. I got these 3 torpedoes. Let me secure from silent running.
Yes, sir.
I'm far enough away he won't hear me reloading torpedoes. Upload ballast.
Ship spotted. Yes, sir.
I'll keep cruising at slow speed. I'll command this thing to return to course. I'll erase my doodles. You know, I'm thinking once I get back to Mioso Wendy, I might wrap it up for the night, but I might end my war patrol. But to do that, I got to get all the way back to Perth-Fremantle. So go to Mioso Wendy, we'll refit there, get a fresh load of torpedoes, a fresh load of fuel. I'm still picking those guys up, man. I'm telling you, they just won't go away. They're in my way. I'm only doing 1/3 speed, 8 knots, and I'm catching up to these guys. Let's turn to the left here. Let's go east. I see that destroyer there.
Contact. Warship.
Yes,
So
sir.
let me turn on radar, because I don't want that destroyer to surprise me. Okay, he's slowly working his way back towards his wards. I'm just going to avoid contact.
Single contact.
Let's return to course from here. Full battery charge, 3/4 tank of fuel. Fuel is definitely not my problem. Let's go standard speed. My radar is still up. What am I picking up there? Radar contact is at...
Yes, sir.
That's a damn destroyer, so I'm going to go stop. What's the sea state? I'll maintain some forward velocity here, maybe 5 knots.
Current speed. 4. Yes, sir.
He changed course. Alright, let's go back to standard speed. And... I can't patrol the South China Sea. There's no way I'm going to make it there on the fuel, or without torpedoes. It'd be pointless to go way the hell up there. I've just done a lot of damage, man. It's been a super successful war patrol. I really should go home and let the crew rest. Now, you know, that's the funny thing. I'm on a medium skill level right now. Crew management and keeping a crew rested like this is a lot harder on the higher skill levels, and I really should have played the higher skill levels. But on the other hand, I'm kind of glad I didn't, because this is tedious, managing the crew. But then again, you turn around, you know, without having these difficulties, what you end up with is a situation where you're doing, you know, with a year of war left, you've gotten 1 million tons of sunken, you know, freight and warships. What do we got here? Unknown very fast. What do you suppose? There's aircraft at night? Sometimes it happens. Let me turn off the radar. I'm sure they're homing in on my radar. Those aircraft. So we'll go underwater at 3 knots, and I'll wait till 11 p.m. I'll wait a couple hours. Let's surface the boat. Head standard. And I'll keep the radar off because I think that's what's going to do it. Let's go to full speed just to get through these shallow waters while it's darkness. And then go back to standard speed. Feels good. There's no reason to turn on radar and find enemies because that'd be pointless. I don't have anything to shoot at them. I have 1 homing torpedo up front. Good, we're gonna make it. Get me out of here. Refit. Refit complete. Okay, so let's go reload these torpedo tubes.
Bearing 265. Long range.
And once you've commanded it to reload those tubes, then we tell it to refit again, and then it fills in all your reserves. And I'm going to plot a course back for Perth-Fremantle. So I think it's time to go home.
Ship spotted. Bearing
And then this very successful war patrol. Okay, good. You know what I'll do? Let's zoom in here a minute. My tubes are reloaded. Yes, they are. Everything is good, so we'll do a save game patrol. And zoom like crazy with the maximum possible time compression. I'm cruising, man. I'm burning hardly any fuel, too, even at standard speed, because the seas are calm.
Ship spotted. Bearing 327.
I love how it says that there's ship spotted. There ain't no ship spotted here. There's nothing here. You know what I'll actually do, though? Now that I'm this far away from all that shipping activity near the South China Sea and the Celebes, I'm going to go ahead and run the radar. Let's just boogie on home. I remember one of my war patrols, Japanese air power was really hot. Right over here in the eastern Indian Ocean. That's probably going to be an American ship, but I'll investigate anyway.
Ship spotted. Bearing 12, long range.
See, it turned blue. That's American. Liberty cargo ship. And back to time compression. We'll zoom right along here. So... yeah, 11:30. Timing's right. I'm going to turn off the radar. Anything that I encounter down here is going to be friendly. I don't want it canceling my time compression every time radar picks up some friendly ship out there. I'm going to bring this crew home for some well-deserved rest. Slow down the time compression from max to maybe 1024. Right on top of the anchor. Why doesn't it give me the option? There we go. End patrol. We did it, folks. Let me check out the numbers while we've got that screen up. 89, 897. I'm dead nuts on. Right smack on target here. Let's update that scorekeeper for a moment. Let us take that 89,897 tons. We'll add it to the ridiculous 1,066,445 tons already scored. Gives me a new total of 1,156,342 tons. Oh my goodness. Then we'll take the 18 ships that I just sunk and add that to my previous total of 245 ships. Gives us a new total of 263 ships destroyed. And then the one aircraft, I now have 10 aircraft shot down throughout the war. Incredible. Such a fun game, man. Such a fun game. I don't know if I'll ever get sick of it, but I'll tell you what, though, variety is a spice of life, and I'm ready for something different. And one thing that is going to happen, not tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll play this game tomorrow night again, but Friday there's a kind of a open beta test, just kind of a server load test. They want people to play on the servers. Ubisoft's new game, X Defiant, kind of Call of Duty like. I've already installed it. And 1 o'clock, that goes live. So Friday afternoon, I plan on playing X Defiant, which I'm hoping will be my new kind of Call of Duty-ish first-person shooter game. And in the night times, I'm still going to chill and relax with Silent Hunter until the war is over. And for right now, the war is not quite over. It's December 10, 1941. That date's a little bit off, and I'm not in the GAR anymore. But anyway, I just earned the Victory Cross. So that's cool. August 23, 1944. I'll update the date. Okay, let's go to the submarine and look and see if there's any cool new technologies. It doesn't look like it. I have pretty much everything available. I have all the best of the best. These 40mm AA guns just shred planes, man. Wow. Are there any cool new torpedoes to examine? The Mark 23s are still there. The Mark 18 electrics, I think that's what I'm fully loaded with. They're all still here. It'd be cool if they come up with a better homing torpedo. It's not like the Germans. The Germans in Silent Hunter 3, and you got to do the German U-boats. There was a better variety of those. German torpedoes, there was a better variety of those. All kinds of really interesting things that the Germans tried to do to sway the balance of power into their favor. I'll go through here and promote everybody that can accept a promotion. It's getting to the point where this boat doesn't have any sailors. It's all officers. I mean, I should have played this campaign on a higher skill level for sure. I just hadn't played it in so many years, well over a decade and a half, and so I just thought, well, to relearn the game, I'm going to put it on normal difficulty level, but it's amazing to me how dominant I've been. I can't even use these promotions. I got a bottomless pit of them. Tons of these awards. We'll give it to one guy out of each compartment. Just across the top here, I guess. Get all these patrol stars. It's getting to the point where everybody has all of these medals, too. Such amazing crew. Okay, so the torpedo situation, there's nothing to do there. There's no technologies to mess with. I've done everything I can with my crew in terms of promotions and awards. So let me save and overwrite in port, so if something happens, I don't have to repeat all of that. I could go back to Pearl Harbor. I don't know if I want to transfer or not. Pearl Harbor's interesting. I don't know, man. I run into so many things down here. Yeah, I'll stay in Perth-Fremantle. let's kick off the next mission and see what I end up doing. To Richard O'Kane and the USS BALAO depart on September 14, 1944. Deploy to the South China Sea near Borneo and engage enemy shipping. Okay, so let's update some things here. We have a new date to plug in. No, it's August 23rd. It's depart on September 14, though, so let's plug that in. It's so interesting. It's so weird to think that, you know, these dates, this is all electronic. This is all a video game. For me, it's not reality. But for somebody, it was. I mean, these people were out here fighting this war. People were dying and just killing and dying. It's just, war is horrendous, man. It really, truly is. And it never ends. It's going on to this day. Not here, well, there's probably plenty of crap going on in all these formerly vanquished areas, but wow. You know, Ukraine, Russia, Iran, Israel, just everything. It's crazy. It's like they just get bored, go around killing people. Nothing to gain and everything to lose. It's so idiotic.
Yes, sir. I'll stop.
So yeah, we're looking forward to completing things here. Getting through here in the next, I don't know, I'm going to say I've got about a week worth of streaming, and I'll complete this campaign, and the war will be over.
Yes, sir. Ahead slow.
Yes, sir.
We'll go ahead standard.
Ahead standard.
That's a lot of course. We're going to start by going up here to my old favorite Mios Wendy. And then we're going to go over to Borneo. That's some shallow water in that area too. That's going to present some challenges, without a doubt. The other cool thing is we might end up getting to sink some of them fishing boats. I don't know that I saw anything in that so far tonight. All right, there we go. Let's do it. Time compression. This might actually be one of the more challenging assignments I've had since beginning my campaign in the Pacific here, is the shallow waters of the southern South China Sea.
Signal contact. Bearing. 3.
There was a ship spotted at 1458. You know, where, though? Why doesn't it cancel my time compression when it spots a ship? There's a ship there that I'm closing in on. Oh, it's friendly. I'm gonna have to turn off my radar because the radar's just gonna keep detecting that thing and canceling my time compression. VCs earlier in the war were Japanese controlled, so you wouldn't see friendly ships there, and you had a lot of targets as you came out of Perth-Fremantle. Friendly task force. Come on, pause.
Barry 294.
How much fuel do I have? I'm down to half a tank. Where is this task force going? I'm just going to leave it be. I contemplated once following one of those task forces around to see if they go fight a battle somewhere. And I've never really done it. It's kind of getting late in the stream now to kind of want to get into that, but... Okay, let's refit. Fresh full tank of gas. Let's buzz on through. Glad I didn't just hit that ship. on the minimap, it was, or on the map here, it was
Warship.
right on top of him. So let's save, patrol. Okay, we have a checkpoint. Let's continue our journey. I'll actually slow it to 2/3 speed. I'll start conserving fuel. And the seas have been glassy coming out of my last war patrol and going into this one so far. I've had good luck with that. Let's go ahead and spam the crap out of the time compression. Oh, we're in real shallow waters.
Yes, sir. Hard to port.
Yes, sir.
Those little doodads didn't really show up
Yes, sir.
when I made these plots. I'm gonna get close here too, real close. So close to the ground. I hope I don't beach. That's an automatic court-martial in the U.S. Navy. You beach a ship, your career is done.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Use time compression to get past these two little nooks here. And shallow water won't let you use high time compression just because of the way that it's handled. You're liable to get beached and destroy your vessel. It takes damage too. It's not like World of Warships. In World of Warships, you can just drive up to an island and try to push it out your way, but you can't do that with this game. What do we have here? A task force, medium speed. Save game, attack. I go for task forces.
Yes, sir.
Let's hurry up to flank speed. We'll head maybe 15 degrees west of south.
9, 7.
There they are. Some of these ships are big. Look at that. Oh, baby. There they are, chat. That right there looks just, I don't know, like a Congo. Is that the Big Daddy? The Congo? No Yamato? Let's see if we can get in there and do something with these guys. I'll put a mark here in the midst of those radar signatures recorded at 22:33 hours. I can use this information to do two things. Number one, plot the course. Number two, dead reckon their velocity, their speed. So at 23:03, I'll take another reading. Right now. These ships look like they're kind of scurrying off in my direction. Who knows? In any case, in 1/2 of an hour, they covered a distance of 5.7 nautical miles, so you can basically double that. So they're doing 11.5 knots. At this point, I'm going to plug that in just because why not?
Single contact. Bearing 8-6. Long range.
Oh, the sea is rough, but I have a way of dealing with that in this scenario. Oh my goodness, rough seas. Let's turn off the radar so they don't have anything to home in on. And let's run a plot line through the 2 marks. Using radar information, we're going to plot their projected course. I'm going to set up, what is it, 2304? I'm going to set up to attack him maybe another 15 miles away from where they're at now. And I'm going to do that from about 1.5 nautical miles off the projected course. Okay, so that's good. A little time compress. Now I'm starting to hear him on sound.
Contact. Warship. Closing. Yes. Bearing 9, 8.
Let's turn in.
Long range.
Let's turn in a little more. It keeps canceling my time compression. Alright, my plot's a little bit off. They might look like they're a little bit more to the left, or in other words, east. This is probably a very accurate plot.
Contact. Merchant. Closing. Yes, sir. Bearing 6-0. Long.
Does he see me? Yes, they do. I see muzzle flashes.
Yes, sir. Bar to port. Yes, sir. Ship bar to port. Periscope down.
So, they probably have radar. So what I'm going to do is tube 10. They're shooting at me like mad.
We're taking damage, sir. We're all down.
Hull's damaged. We're taking damage for flooding. A little bit of damage to the bulkhead, forward torpedo room. Let's head southeast.
Yes, sir. No course. 1, 3, 2. Yes, sir.
Torpedo tube 10, open up.
You're at depth. 4, 0. Yes, sir. New course. 1, 6.
Yes, sir.
3. Yes, sir. Rudder. Rudder.
Yes, sir.
Alright, so we're just going to throw a number out here. It don't matter. Fire that tube. There it goes. I fired a homing torpedo at him. And let's just see what we get out of that deal. Let's dive. Well, hang on a minute. Let me see. Am I able to hold depth here? I gotta go look at the damage. Oh, it's repaired. They've done it already. I think there's guys in here. Efficiency's 71. He's wounded. Let's dive 400 feet.
3, 9, 8.
Command the periscopes to retract. I will maintain flank speed ahead. We'll make 8 knots underwater. it dives much faster that way, because then when you use the dive points to point the bow down, you're going down at 8 knots instead of maybe 3 knots. We can get to depth very quickly.
Current depth 100. Current depth 120. Yes, sir. No course. 241. Current depth 140.
I'll deploy decoys here. Oh, right at the thermal layer. That was good timing on the decoys.
Current depth warship closing. Bearing 147. Long range. Current depth 200. Current depth 220. Current depth 2.
Slowly coming around to the right. I'll go to plot so I can see better what's going on.
Current depth 260.
Depth under keel is 1,200 feet, so
Warship A closing. 0.
it's deep enough here for me to just keep diving.
Medium range.
Once I get to my depth of very deep, and I got my heading that I want, then I'll slow down and slow the screws down.
Current depth 320. Current depth 340.
Wish I could be more precise with my zooming. The destroyers are getting close.
360. Yes, sir. Rig for silent running.
We're almost to 400 feet, which is very deep. And I launched decoys in that area, and that's right where these clowns are headed. 3 destroyers. Wonder if I go down underwater here, if I'm going to see those. My little homing torpedo. The homing torpedoes surprise you. You have no idea where they are, and then all of a sudden, kaboom, they kill a destroyer. So, let's look on plot. They're behind to my right. Let's go listen. Their screw speeds are changing. They're speeding up and slowing down. And I'm working my way over to the rest of the fleet.
Closing. Bearing 106. Medium range.
Importantly, on a bearing of about 105 relative, if you listen right there, you can hear the high-pitched whine of my torpedo on exactly the same vector as the warship, which means it's out there somewhere. It might be going out to it. It might have gone around the far side and started to come back because it's a homing torpedo. It's still hunting. That torpedo's out there and it's still hunting. I'm listening for it to score a hit. Should be so cool. Got him! Enemy unit destroyed. Let's go use the drone view to go see it. Look at that. Oh, that's a dead burning ship. Oh, baby. Akizuki. She's going down. Things you love to see, folks. That was cool. Super happy about killing a warship. 2,701 tons. A warship sunk. That is beyond cool. You can't count on it. But luck paid off this time. Now what I have to do... There's still a destroyer at 060. I hear a merchant at about 073. That'll be an oiler. One, two, three. There's still 3 more destroyers in the area of the decoy. And what I'm going to try to do... That's a big heavy ship that I hear at 080. You can tell by how loud the turbines are. I'm going to try to pop up, blow ballast, and fire off 3 of my 4 stern torpedo tubes at that. I might even launch the homing torpedo to see if that can catch a destroyer. So you can see I sunk a ship here, and then these guys are still searching for me. They're not convinced. So I'm going to use time compression here. This is a kind of a risky situation. I'm super deep. They have stopped. That's why the 2 blue bars are still in that area. Now look how close I am to these guys. Okay. They're going to be loud and close. There are some big ships here, folks. That's a destroyer. There's still... I hear... Hang on a minute. Those 2 destroyers that were back there have stopped and they have not resumed. They're literally waiting. That's a destroyer. That's a destroyer. That's going to be a battleship. That's a destroyer. That's a destroyer. That's a destroyer. There's still 5 destroyers here. One of them's right in front of me there. That's the one that just shut his screws down to listen. That's a Sashio. The screws are going now. And here I am out in the deep, trying to get underneath of these guys so I can just pop up and suddenly sink some ships. I'm in a good spot to do just that now. Look how deep I am, man. 400 feet. Okay, I'll stop.
I'll stop.
Blow ballast. This is a super risky maneuver that I'm about to do. Let's actually go reverse it. I want to get stopped here. 2 knots. Going forward. There's my sub. There it is. 1 knot. Still drifting forward. I'm in reverse slow, just trying to get her stopped. As soon as I see 0 knots, I'll go to dead screws. I think I'm in reverse now.
Yes, sir. I'll stop. Yes, sir.
So I gotta watch my depth as I approach 100 feet of depth, maybe even 120-ish. I gotta command periscope depth. And they'll flood and trim so that we land at periscope depth. If you at this rate of ascent, if you don't hit it right,
Passing thermal layer.
Periscope depth. From 130, I hope this catches me. If not, I'm going to pop up like a bobber. And just get decimated. It's one thing to have destroyers shooting at you with little 5-inch guns. Akizuki's got 100mm guns. But the other ships out there got, you know, 6 and 8-inch guns, 14-inch guns, 15-inch guns, if you're talking battleships. Let's put up the periscope and see what's going on this wild blue sea. This is rough stuff. I'm looking the wrong way. It'll be to my right. Wow. Look at all these big targets. If I go like this and look at him, this guy's going to be right freaking in front of me. Is he in a zigzag? Is that what's up with that? But anyway, I think that's a battleship. That's definitely a battleship. Let's start working on him. Let's try to figure out which one he is. He's got this flight decky thing on the back. I think that's what we're looking at. I think it's Issei. Late war Issei. Yep, guaranteed that's it. Depth is 31 feet. Okay, so let's open up tubes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Depth is 31 feet. That means we can go to about 27 feet. Of running depth. Oh, this is awesome. Let's get set up on him as best we can. I'm just throwing darts here. We'll maintain 11.5 for his speed because it's probably about right. We had him radar plotted at that speed earlier. Oh my goodness. Let me lower the periscope here. Look how close he is. That cruiser just drove right over my bow. He's right there. Look at that. If you look at my bow, he's just driving right over the bow. There's no way I can shoot at him, obviously. I do need him out of my way, though. Okay, let's get rid of the observation periscope and put up the attack periscope. Try to get a shot off on this thing. Good lord. He's turning away. Frick. He's definitely turning away. Oh my goodness. Where'd he go? This is so hard to do this in this time. He's still turning to the right. Somebody behind, he's gonna pass by in front too, so they're zigzagging pretty bad. Wow. I don't know if those torps are gonna go hit this guy or not. Let's go find out. There is those big 4 screws. Good, he's on his back on his left rudder. That'll good. That should zig him right back in front of some of those torpedoes. Wish they were steamies. I want to watch these things hit. I think it's going to be a miss. It's really hard to hit zigzagging ships, though. There's my fish. There's one. Is it going to get him? It looks like it. Oh, that opened him up real good. There's another one. Is that going to get him? It's going to miss off the bow, isn't it? Maybe, maybe not. Get him, get him, get him. Boom! There's another one. I didn't even see the torpedo. It's just I saw the explosion. Enemy unit destroyed. Look at those dead screws. Those destroyers are mad now. That is fabulous. Issei battleship, 33,800 tons. Let me add that up. Wow. That is a big piece of hardware taken away from the Japanese Navy. What a great torque drop. At that speed and he was zigzagging. Holy cool. I sunk the Issei. That's great. Unbelievable. What fun. Now, let's go back to the periscope. See if there's anything else we can get done out there. Oh, that was great. Unreal. There's kind of somebody behind me here. Who is that? What direction is he going? Can I get a shot on him? No, he's straight to my left. I do have some torpedoes in front to use. There's a destroyer. There's another destroyer, I think, past that wave. Yeah. Oof. What is this guy? He's in a good spot. I can get him a Tube 5. I gotta figure out what he is, though. I didn't recognize it from World of Warships. Looks kind of Mogami-ish. I would have loved a carrier, though. That's Furutaka. That's very similar to Furutaka, but it's got kind of a flight deck on the back, where this really doesn't. Matter of fact, that's it right there. It's Mogami. It is Mogami. I'll be darned. 22-foot draft. Let's take this torpedo tube and set you up for an 18-foot. I'm being pinged. They're not quite sure where I'm at, but they'll figure it out. That's Mogami there. Mogami is probably at about a 90 degree. That'd be fine. How fast do they think they're going? 7 knots could be about right. Slowing down because they change speeds a lot. He's going more than 7 knots. I'm going to plug in 8. .5. 8.75. I'm getting pinged. He's getting close. He's speeding up. I'm going to plug in 11 and fire. Dive. Flank speed. Let's get deep fast. Go back down to 400 feet. Let's turn 90 degrees left.
Yes, sir.
Maybe a little more.
Current depth 0.
I doubt that torpedo is going to hit. It could, though. That'd be so awesome to sink Mogami also, but I doubt it. He was on his right rudder.
Thermal layer.
Yes, sir. Deploying decoys. Deploying decoys. Current depth 160.
Let's actually head east.
80. Yes, sir. Blue course 88. Current depth 200.
We'll keep flank speed dialed in
20.
on the electric motors. Just to bleed altitude fast, we need to get down deep. There's a decoy deployed. That should keep him busy for a little while.
260.
Once I hit 300 feet, I'll slow down the motors. Actually, I probably don't have to, just based on the information I have from my sonar operator. The destroyers aren't near me enough to, pinpoint my headings and things of that sort.
26. Yes, sir. Blue course 136.
Southeast, go to 1/3 speed.
Current depth 32.
Because these two destroyers are the ones that originally came after me, and I had a decoy out there. It will have expired by now. That decoy is long gone. But they stopped. Their little blue bars at the time that I left that area had disappeared, which means they shut their engines off and they just sat, listening for me to make a move, thinking that I'm kind of in their area or that they were mostly above me.
Current depth 360.
Okay, so... Oh, my auto load is enabled, and that's okay. We can leave that alone. Folks, that was a good attack. I fired a homing torpedo at a pursuing Akizuki. There was actually 3 destroyers at the time, and it ended up homing in on the Akizuki and killing Akizuki with a homing torpedo. I deployed a decoy, got below the thermal layer, and slowed it down, got quiet, and I managed to get underneath that task force with a whole bunch of cruisers, the battleships. I stopped, and then I blew the ballast tank from 400 feet of depth and just let the thing come up like a bobber. But I caught the ascent at about 100, 110 feet and commanded periscope depth. So they ended up flooding the ballast tanks, to break the ascent. And I settled in nicely at periscope depth. I put the periscope up and managed to get off some pretty good shots. I killed the Issei. I think I hit it with 3 out of 4 torpedoes were on target and got the Issei. Okay, I'm being pinged. I'm 400 feet of depth and they're pinging. End of run on that torpedo that I fired at Mogami. I knew a long time ago that was a miss. No damage. Systems. Earlier I had a cracked bulkhead in the forward torpedo room. I was flooding. My repair party took care of that almost instantly with the skill level that, my crew has. No big deal.
Clear the battle stations.
400 feet deep, there's no longer a threat. So I'm going to let my crew rest. Just for fun, let's go to the surface and look at these stormy waters, see what they got. Over there ahead to my left is a destroyer. He's lost, he has no clue where I'm at. That's a Sashio. No, it's not. Shiratsu, Fubuki, one of the two. Over here we got more destroyers. There's a lot of escorting destroyers, and I went in there and sank the Issei right in their midst. So good. So I'm going to try to sneak away. I'll use a little time compression here. Let me turn to the left to the east. Actually, I might even go a little north of east here. Try to slip out of the dragnet. Am I being pinged? Because they're right above me. They just don't know that they're right above me. I tell you what, I don't even think they'll drop depth charges all the way down to 400 feet. They will if they know you're there, but... So I'm going to get about 8 nautical miles from my sinking. I probably only need, you know, anywhere from 3 to 5, but just to be safe. So this destroyer's kind of on target, but I don't think he's pinging. No, he's not. He has stopped. He's behind to my left, standing too. No, maybe not. I swear I saw his little blue bar disappear. That's usually what that means. Where are you? You sneaky little cuss. There you are. That old school Minikaze. Well, let's keep driving away from him. Alright. What time is it? And are we watch standing? No, we're not. We can secure from silent running. We can return to course, or should I continue to pursue him? I think I continue to pursue him.
Yes, sir. All stop.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Ahead standard.
Yes, sir.
New course. 148.
I'm gonna go after him again. It might be tricky though. In the daytime, after having sunk a battleship and a destroyer, there's going to be air cover here. Right now, they don't have access to that. So, I'm going to plot a course parallel to their course. It takes a long time. I mean, I'm under time compression. It's taking forever to get up from 400 feet. Sea state's a little on the rough side. How much battery do we have? Probably not worth charging right now, so let's take the charger off.
Standard propulsion.
Yes, sir.
Flank speed. I want all engine power going straight to the screws. We don't need to do any battery charging. Let's pop on the radar and see where they're at.
210. Ready, sir.
Let's look at these torpedo tubes. They're still reloading. Radar's on. I'm seeing something to my right, but it's not going to plot. Why not? Am I going to have to do this by hand? I mean, what's going on here? It's about 15 miles away. That's basically too far. I don't know what I'm detecting. It's probably picking up some bull crap over here. Alright, anyway, I'll let the radar man look around. I'll keep cruising and see if I can find out where those guys...
Ready, sir.
Where did they go? Did they scuttle? Or did they get away? Radar contact. 336, long range. Oh, they're way down there. Holy cow. I'm just not fast enough to catch them. Well, let's do this.
2-4 ready, sir.
Let's help out my allied warships. I'm reloaded on torpedoes. That was a very, very, very successful attack. I'm going to let him off the hook, though. I don't know, though. Maybe I should chase him into the Celebes and then go refit. Ah. If there was a ship sunk here, and now they're there, they're beelining for that gap. If I wanted to stay at a safe distance, we want to be maybe 10 nautical miles away since they're warships. So to scale, it'd be about that far. So my guess was about right with those two plots. I'll revise this. Here. And here. We can erase this one here. I'll tell you what, I'm going to exercise some discipline. It's very rare. Even though I'm an adult, I still want to play. And there's times when I have time to do that. I can remember back when I played DMZ, man. I used to do 15-hour streams playing that game, sometimes more. Such good memories of such a terrible game. It wasn't terrible the whole time, though. But what I'm going to do is go a save game here as attack. And I'm going to call it a night. So the continuation, let's see, tomorrow is Thursday. Friday in the afternoon I'm going to play X Defiant, if it works. You know, I'm assuming it will. I'm super excited about it. You know, there's not a whole lot of hype around it. Honestly, I don't think it's going to be a blockbuster game. But it's something to do. And I'm just really, really super excited to see how it plays, what its mechanics are. There were open betas that I played previously, and I didn't have the opportunity to play those. Well, I did, I just didn't do it at the time. So that's Friday afternoon. But tomorrow night we're going to come back. We're going to continue our pursuit of that task force, and we're not going to stop badgering that task force until I'm either sunk or I've killed them all. I will likely run out of torpedoes before I even get close. So I appreciate everybody. I hope everybody that lurked and watched and chatted enjoyed a little bit of World War II submarine action. 17-year-old game still has such excitement. It just doesn't take much, you know. I mean, there's a lot of simple games out there that just absolutely hit. I did a good job with this title. Silent Hunter 3 I thought was a little bit better, but never mind. I'm going to come back tomorrow night and play some more. So you guys have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow night. Bye-bye.